nothing that can ease the guilt you feel inside. You're sitting at home, wishing you could take it back and press rewind. This time I know I'm fighting my own, my demons that would rather see me dead to rights. They take control and leave me wondering why I even tried to fight this lie all night. Stand with me, and I'll stand with you. Stand with me, and I'll stand with you. Starting it over is no easy task. It's practically impossible for you to do alone. You can recover, but I know the road is long and cold, and obstacles will try to bring you down. Who's gonna help us when we both fall in the filthy, wretched shame of our disgrace? Somebody help us, 'cause we both know all too well how bad this pavement has to taste. Stand with me, and I'll stand with you. Stand with me, and I'll stand with you. Stand with you, and I'll stand with you.
Good morning, good afternoon, evening, good night, Tetris, good RNG, good overall vibes. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the CTDAS Top 4 Real Tournament. This is it, the final broadcast. There are 4 matches, and all 4 remaining players are due to play at least 2 matches. They each have 2 lives effectively. We have the 2 semi-final matches, and the bronze match, and then the finals. First off, we have Tristot versus NGC. Then we have Pixelandy versus Sharky. Thank you, Xenophilius. I appreciate it very, very much. I'm just getting started on the real tournament. Yes, it is the real tournament, not fake, not the real test, not real test, or test real, or fake, double fake, whatever. No, this is just 2.3 times. Okay. I've cranked down the music. Actually, maybe if I crank up my mic as well. There we go. That should help. But regardless, we are now under 10 minutes away from getting the show on the road. I'd like to spend some time to, well, talk about a few things. Now, before we actually get going, I have been given the honour to do an announcement of some kind. And that announcement is that the Classic Tetris Germany have decided to team up with CTWC to make up their own DAS tournament. They have given me this slide to you. I just noticed one very big mistake, and it's that the slide did not contain the correct source. Oh dear me. I will have to fix that very quickly. Glad I noticed that before it's too late. Such a big blunder on my part. Stream's already ruined. Fired. Okay, that should be fixed. Let's get back to the real slide. Okay. No, probably, yeah, I noticed that. Anyway, CTG, Classic Tetris Germany, has managed to team up with CTWC to make up their own DAS tournament, and this is a live event, in person in other words. It's happening at the 20th and the 21st of August of this year. Called themselves the World Cup of DAS. That's only NTSC Tetris happening at Europe. SMH. Imagine Europeans playing NTSC. But anyway, this is happening, and it will happen sometime this year. So go check it out if you want to. We have our bracket, and unfortunately decided to load up the full bracket. Again, another blunder on my part. We just want the top 8. We're only interested in the top 8. If I can find it. There we go. That's a bit more like it. So, first matchup, Tristot versus NGC, otherwise known as High Average and Torsia. You might ask the question, why is he called High Average and Torsia? It's because he got High Average and Torsia by 1 seed. That's why. It's a rule. But anyway, NGC man is technically the defending champion of CTDAS. He has won the CTDAS test tournament back in January, and he is at it again. But instead of it being just 16 players, you have to go through 64 players. Successfully managed to do so. Just 2 more matches await for him to victory. Opponent being Tristot, seed number 2. Excellent qualifier. He'll be looking to put a stop to that and looking to win himself. For match number 2, Pixelandy, seed number 1. Also got seed number 1 in the test tournament. However, was knocked out round 1. Not so much this time round. Pixelandy's this time all the way at the semi-finals, and he's looking to also win grand prize of 40%. Sharky, seed number 5, also knocked out round 1 the test tournament. Instead, now all the way at the semi-finals. He'll be looking to also win this event. To be honest, all 4 players could win. He is not Adam Mountains. No, it's true. My name is in fact not Adam Mountains. But regardless, I just want to make sure that everything is set up. So please bear with me for just a few moments. Thank you very much. Waiting on one minor detail to figure it out, but it's good enough for now. One thing of note is that the 4 remaining matches all will be best of 7, away from the traditional best of 5 that we see. It is instead a best of 7. Let's get on to the main layout, as we see NGC currently warming up. Just waiting on Tristan to join Maxwell Club. Then they can both do their remaining warm-ups, and we can commence with match number 1 of 4. Oh, and of course, music by Flexstar. Can't be forgetting about that. Tristop, if you're hearing this right now, apparently you're in the wrong room. You're in the wrong Max Up Club room. Just to call you out. Yes, it'll be a best of 7 for all of these. The 2 semi-finals and the 2 finals, the bronze match and the 2 finals, it is best of 7. Good question on the quick tap limit, sorry, not quick tap limit, they're full DAS limit lines that you see in the middle. At the top is the blue, that's level 18 to the right hand side. The green is level 18 to the left hand side. The yellow is level 19 on the right hand side, followed by level 19 on the left hand side. Yes, they are not quick tap limits, they are full DAS limits. Lovely. Tristop is now in the correct room. I thought I was in. No, you weren't. Unfortunate. Okay, NGC is ready for game number 1. I'm just waiting Tristop to... Okay, looks like Tristop's also ready. Match number 1, game number 1 of the semi-finals. Let's count them down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And I just noticed that the match arena has been bumped up by another $40. Thank you very much to whoever did that. I'll go ahead and find out who that is after this game. Tristop off to a nice and perfect start with a Tetris right off the bat. NGC having to take a couple of burns, but sometimes that is what you have to do. Is it all best of 7 the rest of the way? Yes. The semi-final onwards is the best of 7. So it is slightly more grueling than what we're used to. In the test tournament, the best of 7 only happened at the finals and the 3rd place match. But with this being a 64-player bracket, I thought that I would extend it to also the semi-finals. Anyway, Tristop off to a 1 Tetris lead and a very nice T spin tug. And gets the nice dependency solved with the long bar over a very fancy spins. Back to a nice traditional right well, gets long bar, gets a Tetris. However, the scores have now equalised between the 2 players. They are neck and neck with each other. Should I add the colours in the command? It could be helpful, because otherwise I might have to keep on saying what they are constantly. Both player stacks very stable. Nothing else much to say. Good solid stacking, over 80% Tetris rate. It's literally the perfect start. You can't be asking for any more. Both players reaching 400,000 points at 40 lines. By doing that, that is very solid pace. So both players enjoying a very enjoyable game, to say the least. Nice tuck in the J piece from Tristop. Had to take the triple. It was a good triple. Takes the Tetris afterwards. Gets the Tetris rate back up to 90%. Now up to 91%. Already reaching 300,000 points at 57 lines. I dare say that that's 700k transition pace. No jinx, but if Tristop carries on like this, we could have a special game on our hands already at game number 1. NGC man in the other time, nothing to scoff at. 305 at 63 lines, he can still get a 650k transition. We could have a double special game in our hands if they keep on carrying on like this. But it's one thing getting the pace, it's another thing just not choking it. That's the thing about being a DAS player. If you do one mistake, you instantly have about a 50-50 chance to immediately top out, especially at level 19. You have to play perfect. Only perfection is good enough. Otherwise, you are the weakest link. NGC having to take a few burns with a line drought forming. Takes a single skim, followed by a double. After 20 pieces, the longbar does finally come, which is 400,000 points at 84 lines, maintaining an 80% Tetris rate. Tristop, on the other hand, gets the J piece finally for the triple. Longbar comes at the wrong time. Gets a split double. Center a little bit dicey, but the longbar does eventually come for a Tetris. And Tristop is about half a Tetris behind during the late game of the Velo 18. Now, I don't know why my max high card keeps on shifting like that. Good thing I can easily adjust it. Oh. Oh my goodness, you are completely correct. You see, this is what I get for not checking everything properly. There we go. Maybe you can just like, I don't know, do your editing tricks to just paste over a quarter and put in semi instead. Not sure if that would work or not. But anyway, both players getting quite close to the transition. And both players pretty much breathing on each other's necks in terms of pace. No one player having a distinct advantage over the other. This will come down to post-transition. A little bit of unfortunate RNG for NGC. Nice placement of these pieces. Now waiting on an L piece. Ooh, that's a overshift of the T piece. It's not fatal by any means. It's quite a lucky misdrop, I must say. Clean it set out, but the S piece came at the worst time possible. Tristop does transition with a score of 600,000 points. 1.1 pace to say the least, and NGC does finally manage to transition Tetris at 582. So Tristop does have a slight advantage going into transition. It'll be up to NGC to see if he can try and catch up and play better. Tristop is just keeping the foot to the floor. 660 at level 22. Now 2 Tetrises ahead. Tetris for NGC man, back up to 70% Tetris rate. Had to take the single for Tristop. No other move. Finally gets a Tetris. 696 at level 21 into level 22. Almost. Longbar does come. 720,000 into level 22. That is 1.1 pace, most definitely. And NGC man is falling slightly behind. Does get a Longbar 680 at level 22. Now almost 100,000 points behind. But it's about 6 lines behind as well. So Tristop playing extremely solid so far in this post transition. NGC will have to play something very special in order to exceed what Tristop is currently doing. I mean, as we all know, Tristop's a DAS 1.3 player. And you need to be very good to get that. There's no arguments about that. 875 at level 24. That's the kind of pace in which a tapper would be very satisfied with. And NGC having to get bailed out a little bit with a few long bars, but does so. And Tristop now also in a little bit of a dig mode. But as not really what NGC wants. NGC wants to be clean, scoring Tetrises. But is forced to take some burns. NGC now dirty Tetris while ready, but had to bail out with a triple. Tristop now opened up the right hand side, now needs a few pieces. Gets a series of beautiful RNG, now at level 26 with a perfect stack once full. Takes a double the T piece, waiting on the long bar. Now it's getting a little bit dangerous, bails out the single, now needs quick tap, successfully gets a quick tap to the left hand side. And you see now at level 26 going at row number 2, and Tristop is in serious trouble. And I don't think there's much that Tristop can do. No, 9-13 is the goal, and NGC can take this game with a Tetris and change. Now it's just a Tetris to take it. If NGC can successfully get a Tetris at level 28, he takes the game. Has 5 burns to do so, those S pieces are, but the longbar does come. And congratulations NGC, you have caught up from behind and have taken game number 1. What a first game that we had. Ooh, and we could have 7 games in our hands. No respite. One down, essentially 6 to go. Both players are immediately ready, so let's count them down for that. In the meantime, I shall try and find the Matcherino page. Okay, thank you very much, C. Chris M for $20. Thank you very much, Pumpy Hut for $20. Thank you, Arboro for $10. I must stress, there is absolutely no obligation whatsoever to provide more funding for the prize pool. They are open, and I do thank you very much, very kindly for any contributions that you do give. But once again, it is completely voluntary. Let's have a look at the game, and both players very solid starts. No early game mistakes. My single, followed by a Tetris for NGC. Tristop refusing to take the safety triple, but now does so. 24 bar drought, finally gets Tetris. Also, Scamper is threatening me if I don't. Are you misquoting me? Are you doing modern journalism by any chance? If you only get 3 extra bars per game with a small print, that is subject to the RNG's mercy. Back at the game, I mean, what else can I say? I've noticed no misdrops by every player. TPs came at the right time for NGC and successfully gets a T-spin nothing, which unfortunately means no garbage lines is sent to the opponent. Both of them pretty neck with each other, although NGC is behind by 6 lines. So in that sense, he does have the slight pace lead. $310 at the halfway mark for Tristop. Can definitely get another 600k transition from him. Back-to-back 600k transition is pretty good for a DAS player. There's no doubt about that. 306,000 at the halfway mark for NGC, also matching the pace that Tristop is having. This could be a back-to-back solid games that we have on our hands. Nice S-spin single for NGC man. Both players maintaining a 75% Tetris rate. Tetris for Tristop, Tetris for NGC, waiting for a T piece or a Z piece. Gets a T piece. Now looking for a J piece or a long bar, puts an S piece in there instead, and NGC stack is looking mighty dangerous there. Gets the long bar and kind of bailed out there. Another long bar bailout for NGC man. RNG is smiling on him today. Now at row number 3. Had to block off the well with an S piece. Wasn't much of a move available for him, but does get a long bar for another Tetris. NGC takes a triple. And they are both neck and neck with each other once again. Absolutely. Tristop can just slam down Tetrises all day, any day. Aggression must be kept up in order to keep up with Tristop. Nice Z spin for NGC. Fortunately, no Tetris there. Now it's a double long bar dependency on the right hand side in column number 3. Takes a series of skims. Takes a double. Drought counter now going up. Drought counter still going up for NGC, and the long bar does finally come up to 23 pieces. And as a result, it's now behind by 100,000 points. That's the first time we have one player having the distinct lead before reaching transition, and that's Tristop. Reaching 600,000 points before transition. That S-piece, however, comes at... Oh, another S-piece comes at the worst time possible. So Tristop has to do a little bit of digging. So S-piece gets out of it, dig. But has to... Oh, this is a very dangerous stack for Tristop. Long bar or bust. Gets the long bar. Praise RNG. And now Tristop can get out of this predicament. Small opportunity for NGC to try and catch up, but with a transition score of not even 500,000, NGC will have to play pretty much the best he can in order to be able to take it. But Tristop is still digging, however, so still an opportunity for NGC to catch back up. Nice series of movements for Tristop, and now he is perfectly clean once again. And ooh, looks like lost DAS completely on the L piece. So more burning for Tristop. And all of a sudden, the 100,000 point lead has been reduced down to 75,000, and all those O pieces for NGC not looking good. Oh, gets that L piece over. And a dirty triple. And a Tetris for NGC man. Tristop in the meantime gets bailed out with a long bar. Now has to fill in the long bar dependency at column number 4. Turns into a dirty Tetris route, bails out with a triple. NGC once again doing a bit of digging high up. Oh, gets the S piece over to the right hand side. Even so, that looks very high. The S piece is the best piece possible to put to the right hand side. You can put that piece very high up on the right hand side indeed. 3 SZ pieces in a row for NGC, now completely dependent on the long bar. Long bar never came, and unfortunately what was a best of 7 has become a best of 5. It is now 1-all. Okay, they don't want any breaks. We continue. We are now on to game number 3. Let's count them down to that. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Alright, it's as if the best of 7 never happened. If we pretend the last 2 games didn't exist, we are now back to the traditional best of 5. Let's see what these players can do for game number 3. Tristop already O-dependent completely on that puck setup. Put your JPs in there instead, which is an acceptable solve, but we'll have to take a few burns in order to do it completely. Could turn into a dirty Tetris well, but size against it. And this time, for the first time, Tristop is having a bit of a suffer start this time round, unlike the previous 2 games. An NGC with a very high center stat going on. Lots of Z piece has been handed to him. But gets some good pieces at once to open up the right hand side, gets a long bar, gets a Tetris. Tristop's drought counter meantime did go up to 35 pieces before 2 long bars in a row does come, but unfortunately not at a very optimal time. We're past the early mark, almost at line 40, and NGC is already enjoying a 3 Tetris lead. Tristop taking a Tetris and trying to find a way to solve the left hand side, does it with an O piece, very nice. Gets a long bar to the left hand side. Waiting for a piece put to the left. Jade panes in left, but that's not so bad. Having the jade panes in the left hand side is not as bad as quite a few people think. It's actually surprisingly accommodating, to find the right words for it. The only problem, of course, is if you have no burns at all to the right hand side. That's when it becomes a problem, potentially. Or your stat becomes inaccessible. Nice S-spin. Puts long bar over to the left hand side. Long bar Tetris for Tristop. Halfway mark, and Tristop's not even at 200,000 points. Very stark difference compared to game number 1 and 2. And you see in the meantime, looks like he has slowed down quite a bit. Still ahead by a Tetris. But unlike game number 1 and 2, we have a bit of a suffer game from both players. And you get that as a DAS player. Sometimes you just don't get the pace, but as long as you're alive, you're still scoring. And that's what matters most in competition. It's all about whoever gets the highest score. A Jade Pencil left is a Siren's Call. Not necessarily. Even on level 19, it's not so bad. There are circumstances where it is really bad. But it's less often than you think. The Tetris Rail is just a long white jade dependency. Anyway, back in the game, and it looks like Tristop has managed to sort out his stack from the early game. And is now starting to get some kind of lead. Nice dirty Tetris for NGC. Saw the long bar coming. Adjusted accordingly. And slammed down the Tetris. Now that both players are firmly into scoring positions, taking into account line differences, Tristop is ahead by 1 Tetris in terms of pace. NGC taking a safety triple, followed by a Tetris, and we are now nearing into the end game of level 18. Tristop refusing to take the triple with that L piece gets rewarded for it with that Tetris. Now just 1 Tetris left for him. Gets along but gets Tetris. 505 transition for Tristop. Another Tetris for him. Just waiting on NGC, and perfect Tetris for NGC after that, those 2 S pieces. Lucky, but you take the luck. And NGC transitions with a score of 510. So they are both actually very close to each other. Once again, it will be whoever plays post-transition better. NGC already in the spot above it, gets along Mudfield and Dependency. Tristan meantime with a beautiful stack going on, taking the skins, taking the Tetrises. NGC unfortunately just having to take burns. Having to put the long bar to the left hand side to create more burns. Just double for Tristop. And NGC is in the spot above it, can get full dash on the left hand side. Put piece to the right hand side, and NGC is now finally clean. But nice quick tap for Tristop to put to the J piece to the left hand side. And taking into account line differences, Tristop is about a Tetris and a half in the lead. Or NGC once again with a dodgy stack. Multiple LJ dependencies. 3 S pieces in a row. Another S piece. Now needs a piece to the left hand side, can do so with full dash. Manages to get out of it. Puts the long bar to the right hand side with a quick tap that looked like a few pieces back. But Tristop is now 100,000 points in the lead. Finally keen for NGC, takes Tetris at level 24 with 614. NGC will have to put on some pressure to try and catch up. Nice pieces for Tristop, gets long bar, gets a Tetris, 734 into level 25. If Tristop really pushes, he can maybe get a max out. T-spin single for NGC man, sending 4 lines of garbage to the 2 lines of garbage to the opponent. Safety triple for Tristop. Still 100,000 points in the lead. Tetris for NGC. Ooh, looks like an early dash load with the I can't remember what that piece was. It was an early dash load. And we're almost at the point where the score is now insurmountable. Tetris for Tristop. And NGC pretty much has to play perfect from then on to have any chance of catching up. And for Tristop to also top out. Ooh, Tristop with a few mistakes. This is still technically possible for NGC to, but now it's no longer possible for NGC with that single. NGC has to set up a double Tetris in order to take this. And unfortunately, could not put any pieces to the left hand side, and as such, Tristop will take the game, and it is now 2-1. GG's to both players. Tristop now takes a 1-game lead. It is 2-1. Tristop is 2 games away from getting to the finals, and NGC still needs 3 more games. Both players are ready? Let's count them down for game number 4. These guys can't play kill screen? Shake my head. And I just noticed it's slightly misaligned at the top. I don't know if you noticed. How is it in my... Oh, it's completely misaligned. That's better. No, the title at the top, it was slightly skewed to the left-hand side. NGC already with a line drop going on. 32 pieces now. After 37 pieces, NGC finally gets a Tetris. And it has allowed Tristop to take an early lead, but his stack is not in scoring position right now. Needs an O piece. Gets an L piece, but a little bit too late. We'll have to take some more burns. And just like that, the scores were tied. Triple for NGC, followed by Tetris. Tetris for Tristop. Tetris for NGC. You already have mod. As such, you are now unmodded. If only I had such powers. Both players neck and neck after 47 lines, just a difference of half a triple. %70 Tetris rate each for both players. Almost at the halfway mark for NGC. Takes a single skim, now Tetris ready. Building up, long bar Tetris, 290 at the halfway mark. NGC can definitely get a 550k in transition at least if he carries on like this. Now Tristop's drought counter is counting up. It's his turn to see what it feels like to be droughted. Long bar does come after 28 pieces. Unfortunate S piece for NGC, but good pieces for that long bar, and now can do a series of tucks. Just waiting on the right pieces. L spin, and NGC is once again at a stable stack. Tetris for Tristop. And despite being a few lines ahead, he is behind by a Tetris. So in terms of pace, NGC is considered to have the advantage here. But however, it's very slight, only very slight. And now, after almost 100 lines, the players are neck and neck with each other. NGC's shaking his head. Lost Tetris readiness and had to take a few burns as a result. Tristop with a 70% Tetris rate, 1.1 pace. NGC with a 63% Tetris rate, max out pace. Nice burn for NGC with the L piece, gets Tetris. And now both players are close to transition, with Tristop enjoying a 2 Tetris lead. Nice Z spin from NGC, takes Tetris. It's now 2 lines away from transitioning. Tristop just 1 line away. Both players Tetris ready, waiting on the long bar. NGC gets long bar, so does Tristop. Tristop with the transition score of 598. NGC with 542. So a 50,000 point lead into level 19 for Tristop. Let's see if NGC can play post-transition better than Tristop to see if he can even up the match at 2-all, or will it be match point for Tristop? Both players playing very well so far in this post-transition. Quite aggressive from NGC, but the long bar does come for a Tetris. Bruh. Thank you. That was my computer having a hiccup, but we are back in the game with NGC man being 2 Tetrises behind at level 22. Ooh, NGC with a bit of a dicey board. Nice series of burns. Gets the long bar to column number 2. Now needs a piece to the right hand side, does so. The L piece now needs an O piece to the left hand side, gets the O piece, puts it there. Now needs an O piece again, gets it. S piece in the middle of the stack. J piece to the left, and NGC once again is clean and gets a long bar for a Tetris, but is now almost 100,000 points behind into level 24. Tristop, on the other hand, not in a scoring position right now. Now needs a L piece, takes a double with the S piece, and is now at scoring position once again. Takes a long bar, takes a Tetris at level 25. 2 Tetrises ahead for Tristop. J piece needed for Tristop, does so. Gets a nice triple at level 26. Both players at max out pace into level 26. However, Tristop with a better pace right now. Nice quick tap on the O piece for Tristop. Nice Z spin as well for Tristop. Very masterfully played there by Tristop. Long bar for Tristop, Tetris 976, just 1 Tetris to go for the max out, and Tristop still at level 27. Tetris for NGC into level 28, and Tristop maxes out into level 28. Ooh, early dash load with the S piece for Tristop. Meanwhile, NGC man also maxes out into level 28. Another max Tetris for NGC. 1 Tetris left for him, and NGC has taken the lead, takes another Tetris. Perfect level 28 play by NGC man, and that might be combined world record. I'm going to check here. Unfortunately, Tristop immediately deleted the score, so I don't know what score that was. That could be. It's very close to combined world record, that's for sure. But NGC, with a perfect level 28 play, takes the game. 3 Tetrises at level 28 is not to be underestimated. That's over 100,000 points. and Tristop, having a suffer level 28, lost as a result. 2.1, okay, it's not quite there. But anyway, what was a best of 7 was a best of 5, is now a best of 3. Let's count them both down. Three, two, one, Tetris. Really excellent game by both players. NGC Man proving that he did indeed play better than Tristop at post-transition, and as a result won the game. Both players now with only 2 games to go in order to take the match and move on to the finals. However, I must stress, even if one of them loses the match, they still get to participate in the bronze match. The only difference being that instead of being eligible for 20 to 40% of the prize pool, you'll only be eligible for 16%. Looks like we've got some more stuff coming in. Gabacho, thank you very much for $50. Das is still hype. Thank you for the compliment. I think Das is still hype. That's why I hosted this tournament. I don't even know if the best of 7 is good enough. Maybe best of 35. Well, pumping up. A consideration. I mean, I'm not going to do it. Maybe, but only in a hardcore setting. Best of 5 of best of 5s. Now think about that. Alright, back into the game. Just stop with a JD Pins left hand side, but gets 2 J pieces to fill them out nicely. NGC with a nice start going on. 194 past 49s. Enjoying a 60,000 point lead, about 3 Tetrises. Tennis format, yeah, exactly. Very similar to a tennis format. SPs came at the worst time possible for NGC. I'll allow Tristop some opportunities to catch back up a little bit. Tennis dance game. What do you mean? That's how Trackmania comp works. I didn't know that. I thought Trackmania comp was just like track of the day, where you have to play perfectly every game, or otherwise you risk elimination, because it's effectively a best of 1. But there's like multiple rounds of best of 1. Oh no, Vic. Oh no. A part of my soul left my body. You know how much I hate Vits, and look at that jump counter. Oh, and NGC takes a triple to get out of it. Almost hard punished. Very almost hard punished. Longbar does eventually come, and to be honest, if NGC did not take that triple, he would have been dead. Let's be truthful here. He would have been dead. Well, looks like my first playlist has ended. I need to move on to the next one. And oops, I did not mean to do that. Let's use the one that I used last time, but without the one song that's copyrighted. Goodbye, Flexfile. We'll come back to you soon enough. Okay, back to the game. NGC enjoying a 2 Tetris lead. 20 lines to go to transition. Nice adjustment for the S piece. Long bar, Tetris, 70% Tetris rate. Whoever wins this game will have match point. Critical game for both players. Because if you're fighting against match point, that means if you lose the game, then that's it, you lost the match. NGC with a bit of a spot of bother right now. A high spy in the middle with a hole in the middle as well. It's going to take some surviving. 10 lines to go to transition, very dangerous. Now just waiting on L or J piece, puts long bar in there. 1 line to go. And NGC does transition clean at 510. Tristop transitions dirty at 505, but still survivable. Both player stacks now being a bit dirty once again. NGC waiting for an L piece, 2 of them ideally, gets 1 of them. An S piece to the right hand side. Skim long bar flat. And NGC is once again perfectly clean at level 20, being ahead by a double basically. It's neck and neck between these two. Tetris for NGC and pulls away at a 1 Tetris lead. Tristop in the meantime gets a dirty Tetris, row number 2. That's not a Tetris bar unfortunately for Tristop, and it is instead long bar dependent, or completely long bar dependent now for Tristop. If the long bar doesn't come, he loses the game. Long bar does not come. And as a result, and it looks like NGC was also in a nasty dig. Oh, NGC also topped out. And as a result, wins the game by a mere triple. It is now 2-3. I actually did not notice that NGC was also going to top out. What a sigh of relief for him. He thought he lost, but no. I was focusing on Tristop. Tristop topped out. NGC thought he lost, he topped out. But nope, he won by a triple. It is 2-3. And he is now 1 game away from reaching the finals. Reactions just for crowd. True. I think both players are taking a quick break. I don't blame them. Somewhat grueling best of 7 it is, but you're gonna have to earn it to win it. That's my motto. And right now, NGC Man is now 1 game away from earning his right to the final. Tristop still needs 2 more games. Alright, he is ready. Players are ready. Let's count them down for game number 6 of a possible 7. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Tetris for both players. Good start for both of them. Another Tetris for both players, remaining at 1.5 million pace, the only pace that matters. Nasty Z piece for NGC. Takes a nice single skim. However, it does lose 1.5 pace in the process. Tristop still at 100% Tetris rate. Now, the drought counter has begun. But after 18 pieces, long bar for NGC. Now behind by 1 Tetris. Another Tetris for Tristop. And we might have to start the Tetrises in the row counter, but nope, never mind. A single skim has to be taken. No Tetris counter. I usually do that after 7 Tetrises in a row. I begin the counter. That's what I do when I play my own PvE attempts. I think the best I got is I think it's 17 Tetrises in a row. That's my PB so far. Anyway, past the early game, 49 mark, 230 for Tristan, only taking, I believe, 2 or 3 burns. NGC a little bit behind all that S piece misdrop. Now needs a J piece to put to the left hand side, to spin it to the left hand side, that is. Puts an O piece in there instead. Now needs a J piece, puts a long bar in there instead. Now needs a long bar and an L piece, gets both of them concurrently. Nice, okay. And NGC with a series of very nice pieces gets out of it. However, is now behind by 3 Tetrises. Exactly what Tristop wants. If Tristop wants to force a decider, he has to win this game. And is doing so right now. Not even at the halfway mark, already at 3-2-4, or that T-piece misdrop. Tristop is now completely long bar dependent. Oh, okay, bails out of it. Left hand side still barely accessible, gets with a quick tap. Gets a long bar, O piece get with a bad time. Fails the L piece, and oh dearie me. Tristop suffers an early top out, and NGC, welcome to the finals. You have won the match 2-4. And that is the nature of the DAS player. If you're high up, if you commit a mistake, the risk of death is very high. You can get lucky, but sometimes you don't. And unfortunately in this game, Tristop was not lucky. Do you feel lucky, punk? He apparently is though. Congratulations, NGC man. You are now guaranteed 20% of the prize pool. However, you are currently the defending champion, as you have won the CTDAS test tournament. You are now just one match away from winning the real tournament. We'll see you there. But for now, back to the bracket. We will set up the next game. See you in 10 minutes. Wait, hang on a moment. Just give me a minute, because chat has exposed one of my blunders. And that is a huge blunder on my part. You called it 70. Oh. This is what happens when I host a tournament at 1 in the morning. Because I'm not paying attention. I do apologise, NGC man, in the severest way possible. That was my bad. It was only because Tristop left Max at Cub really early on. He pretty much left immediately, so I had no judgment based on what score he had. So I do apologise for that. Let me just pause the timer for a moment. Okay, NUC did in fact win, but I said it way too early. Yeah, if it that was a big blunder on my part. NGC did in fact win. I just noticed in the VOD, but I sort of got ahead of myself. Whoops. It's because Tristan was such a good pace, that's why. Alright, we'll restart the timer. 10 minutes ago. I'll see you then. I'm going to add 5 minutes to the timer as Pixar Landing needs a bit more time to get ready.
Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crying in the street. All I know is that
Policy changes. Thank you so much for $200 adding to the prize pool. Despite my insistence that there is no obligation, it seems that we have some very nice people in this community, and I appreciate that very highly. Thank you so much. Feeling when there are even more nice people. in this community. Thanks so much, Scott Gray, for adding another 200 to the prize pool. I'm still just waiting on Pixelandy to get on. Okay, I can confirm that both players are now up and running. Let's get to the main layout. And we are just awaiting readiness from both players. I will have to be a little bit firm. I'll prefer if you top out Sharky and become ready, as we are starting to become a little bit behind on schedule. Thank you very much. There are two ways in which you can say schedule. I say schedule with a soft C, and I know the most common way is to say schedule, but I don't like saying it that way. Any listeners who asked exactly? Who asked? Actually, you asked. Somalian. Schedule, yes. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this is our second semi-final match. We have Pixelandy versus Sharky. Another highly anticipated match, both of them elite DAS players. Second of our 4 best-of-7 matches. We will just await on Sharky to be ready and we can get on with match 2, game 1. Is it pronounced Sharky or Skarky? Oh, I think I realised what the problem is. Let me do this. How's that fix it? There's a thing called siblings. Oh, okay. Alright, both players are ready. Let's get on with match 2, game number 1. Highly anticipated match from both of these players. Both players will need to win 4 games in this best of 7 match in order to move on to the finals. However, there is an extra caveat, which is that even if one of these players lose the match, they are still eligible for the bronze match. So they can still earn 16% of the prize pool if they win bronze place. However, if they win this match and move on to the true finals, they are instead guaranteed 20%. But can still win up to 40% by taking first place. Good luck, have fun to both players. Tetris for Sharky, however, Andy is already off to a fairly good start. With 2 Tetris on the board, another Tetris on the board from Andy. Alright, both players still stacking very nicely. Andy enjoying a nice 2 Tetris early lead. And yes, they are both pushdown players. So you can expect the games to go a little bit faster perhaps. As Harry Hong would say, see? Gonna get those extra about 2,500 points he can get pushed down. When they push down, you know they are good at the game. Does that mean all non-pushdown players are just bad at the game? Tetris lead reduced to just 1 for Andy, as Sharky has managed to find his groove. Tetris for Andy, Tetris for Sharky. Lead reduced now to pretty much neck and neck with each other. Literally 3. It is literally 3 points. The only downside is not being able to adjust, but just adjust better. Sharky in the meantime does miss a quick tap on the O piece to the left hand side. It's not fatal by any means, but it will set him back quite a bit in terms of pace. And in the meantime, still some solid stacking going on. Sharky now just slightly falling behind, reaches the halfway mark at 247. And in the meantime, reaching the halfway mark with over 300,000 points. You can expect a 600k transition from him. Sharky in the meantime, so far the best he can hope for is a 500k flat. Those pieces aren't very good. More burning needed. Has to put that O piece to the right hand side, no other placement, and unfortunately that is an early top out by Sharky, and Andy takes game number 1. It is 1-0. An unfortunate start for Sharky, however this is a long match. Maybe you can afford to have 1 mishap games here and there. Maybe will Andy prove that he's just too consistent? We will find out. Both players are ready. Let's get on with game number 2 of match 2. Let's count that down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Tetris for both players, off to a perfect start for the both of them. Sharky already with a rather dependent stack. Gets the long bar to fill in the long bar dependency at column number 8. And Andy with a very checkerboard stat going on right now. Gets a long bar to right hand side for a Tetris, but that's all the Tetrises that he can score for a little while. Unless he gets a series of very nice pieces to completely clean out. Probably the best case scenario for Andy. Could have gone very nasty in terms of the amount of burnt lines needed. Going for a column number 4 Tetris well, just get one of them. Now only behind by about 2/3 of a Tetris. Another column 4 for Andy. And the long bar comes just as another column number 4 setup was made. And Andy can now finally start thinking about going back to the right hand side. Shark in the meantime is now enjoying a 1 Tetris lead after 38 lines. Yes, the colours in the middle are DAS limits. Sharky maintaining the 1 Tetris lead after that Tetris by both players. Two single skims by Sharky. Drought counter going up, but both players get a long bar after 15 pieces of no long bar. The Tetris of Sharky hitting into the 70% mark in terms of Tetris rate. Another Tetris for Sharky. Another Tetris for Andy. Sharky maintaining a 1 Tetris lead, coming up to the halfway mark to level 19. Mr. Valor, long time no see. Long time no see. Ooh, Andy was very high up. Had to get bailed out with the long bar, does so. Takes a double the L piece. Shark in the meantime. A somewhat dodgy center. And the drought counter is going up for him. Gets a J piece, but now needs an L piece, gets a long bar. Needs something to put in that hole, puts a J piece in there. And he's still slightly cleaning up, but he's now perfectly clean. And those O pieces not helping for Sharky, that L piece came at the worst time possible. Oh, a possible filthy Tetris well, but it was just so high up there was no time to react. Now needs an O piece, puts a long bar, and then needs another long bar. And unfortunately, that's another early top out from Sharky. It's now 2-0. Andy is now 2 games away from getting to the finals. Sharky still needs 4 more games. Let's see if Sharky can do something about it, whatever he does to try and stop early top outs. But both players are ready. Let's get on with game number 3 of match 2. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris for both players. Andy just waiting on the J piece to tuck that in, goes to the S spin instead and successfully hits it. Sharky already making a long bar to Pensy at column number 3. Takes a safety double. Ooh, that T piece. Not sure what that T piece was about. Could have got out of it. Opened up column number 3 once again, puts a long bar in there. And Sharky is already 2 Tetrises behind in terms of pace, as Andy slams down another Tetris. Why hasn't the DAS player get 700k in transition match? That has already happened, and I believe Heist got one. Oh, Heist was 699. Oh, okay. I thought it was a 700. Drought counter going up for Sharky. 2 S pieces coming the worst time possible. Longbar comes again at a bad time. Longbar does find another one does finally show up. Sharky's now 3 Tetrises behind. Series of tuck setups for Sharky, gets the S piece to tuck that piece in, another Tetris. And in the meantime, beautiful stack. Gets Longbar, gets a Tetris. Maintaining a 2.5 Tetris lead. Another Tetris for Andy. And with that Tetris, Andy surpasses 300,000 points, not even at the halfway mark. 327 at the halfway mark. Andy keeps on going like this, he can maybe think about getting a 650k transition. Shark in the meantime, 250k at halfway mark. He'll be looking at a 500k transition if he keeps on going like this. Another Tetris for Sharky. Another Tetris for Andy, maintaining an 80% Tetris lead. As such, a 2.5 Tetris lead maintains. $398 at 80 lines for Andy, pretty much almost 400,000 points. Maintaining some very solid pace indeed. Having to take a few skims. Waiting on the Longbar. Longbar does come for a Tetris for Andy. Tetris for Sharky, and this might come down to post-transition, with Sharky needing to play better than Andy in order to be able to win this game, and Sharky really needs to win this game. If he fails to, that means that Andy is at match point, while Sharky still needs to win all 4 of his games. A grueling task indeed, if that happens. To have to come back from 3-0 to win 4-3. You do not want that. Back-to-back Tetris for Sharky, sending 10 lines of garbage to the opponent, but this is not Tetrio. This is classic Tetris. The only thing that matters is how many points you get, not whether your opponent tops out. Ooh, Sharky, the series of misdrop. Gets bailed out with a Longbar, had to slow tap that. Now Sharky has to find a way to burn out of this. Does get some, okay, not fully favourable pieces, but they're not totally unfavourable, except for that Z piece. Now needs an O piece left hand side, needs another O piece preferably. Quick taps an S piece, and Sharky's in real trouble. Needs an O piece to the left. Oh, and Andy did top out at level 19, and unfortunately Sharky could not capitalise on it. Both players topping out right at transition, and by virtue of having a better 18, Andy does take the game, and he is already just 1 game away from moving on to the finals. What will Sharky be able to do? Will Sharky be able to stage a comeback of the century, so they say. Has anyone ever came back 3-0 down in a best of 7 match? I'm not sure. Maybe in CTL. But regardless, they are both ready. Game number 4 of a possible 7. Sharky has to win 4 games in a row. Andy only needs 1 more. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Do double dash kill screens Pog. Yes, true. True, Van Dweller. Sharky already off to a slightly dodgy start. Gets a nice triple with the J piece and opens up the right hand side. Tetris for Andy, Tetris for Sharky. Sharky now Tetris ready. Gets long but gets a Tetris, but so does Andy. Andy already enjoying a 1 Tetris lead, taking into account the line difference. And chat is now misbehaving, so I shall ignore it for 10 minutes and focus on the match. Sharky with a series of quick taps high up in the middle and the left, gets a long bar. Falling behind further once again. Now 2 Tetrises. Nice S flat. Fortunately that S piece came at the worst time possible, but another long bar does eventually come. Very Tetris. And in the meantime, 209 at 40 lines. Very solid game by him indeed. If he keeps on going like this, he'll be slamming his way to the finals. 23 piece drought for Sharky. Boom Tetris. Now Andy has a double J dependency. Gets a long bar for one of them. Turns one of the. Oh, another long bar for Andy to fill in that long bar dependency. Andy's stack still very dependent. Needs a piece to the left hand side. Gets a long bar over to the left hand side. Now needs a L piece. Gets a long bar. Good RNG for Andy to save for the least. Gets an L piece in the L dependency. Andy really getting bailed out by RNG, I must say. Creating a quick taps at long bar to the left hand side. That's an interesting choice for Andy. Maybe that was a superior move. Andy manages to get out of his situation by both luck and skill, gets a Tetris, but all of a sudden the lead has been reduced to just 1 Tetris for Pixel Andy. I don't think that was tap, that looked like a quick tap. You know, if chat demands it. Both players still going. Sharky with a long bar drought going on. Ooh, that O piece did not come. Bails out with a double. Now behind by 1.5 Tetrises. Tetris for Sharky. Behind by 1.5 Tetrises still. Another Tetris for Sharky. Behind by now just half a Tetris. S-spin for Andy. Sharky. Now waiting on an L piece. Ooh, Sharky in a little of a spot of bother. Especially so close transition. Andy also in a little spot of bother. And I don't know why the master card shifted again. It does what it does. Both players now transition. Both players stacks. Ooh, Sharky. Sharky in the real spot of bother. Oh, gets bailed out of the long bar. That's if he gets quick. That was a quick tap or die situation for Sharky. Oh, these two SPs. Oh no, early dash load for Sharky, and unfortunately he will top out. However, I do want to check out one thing. And it's that long bar. Just going to take a quick look at that. Just watch it over a few times. Okay. I've seen enough. My verdict is that that was in fact a legit quick tap. So the game stands. Congratulations, Pixel Andy. You have won the match by a sweep 4-0. Don't go anywhere, Sharky, however. You are still eligible for the bronze match, so stay right there. Continue warming up, Sharky, because you are on right next. Maybe with a bit of consolidation, you can play better for the bronze match. But for now, let's switch back to the bracket while I get Tristop up. Just 5 minutes, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the players' cans and matchup clubs are online. We can move on back to the main layout, where they still have a few minutes left to warm up Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first finals. I should change the title. I almost forgot about that again. Why did I put titles? I need to put it in the better place. There we go. So, this match will be the difference between getting 8% and 16% of the prize pool. And by using the power of a calculator, I can figure that out, how much that is. That is a difference between winning either $96 or, I can't do that in my head because it's too late, $192. A very healthy, to say the least, for a DAS tournament. So these two players are now playing for $92. 7 games away from either sticking to your 8% as you entered the semi-finals or doubling it. Technically, we are well ahead of schedule. So if players want to spend more time warming up, then that is their right. However, Tristop is immediately ready. Yes, you can buy another nest with that, indeed. I am just quiet. I'm just waiting. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the bronze match for the CTDAS Real Tournament. We have Sharky versus Tristop. We are ready for game number 1, so let's count them down. That's because I have to be quite normal. Quite quiet. As, well, it's really late for me. That's the problem. Cannot be loud. I'm forbidden from being loud. The best I can do is turn up my mic. Both players with a Tetris on the board. So, Tristop. Tristop played very well in his semi-final match, managed to score a max out against NGC Man and lost. Shark, on the other hand, unfortunately got swept in his semi-final match against Pixelandi. However, he does have a second chance. All 4 players have a second chance. And as such, we'll see whether Sharky can improve his performance and be able to take home at least a quote-unquote bronze medal, you could say. Oh, very high up for Sharky. Misdrops the Z piece. The long bar does come for a Tetris. Thank you, Classic Tetris Latam, for the raid. We are currently at our 3rd match of this broadcast, which is the bronze finals. The 2 players who have lost their semi-final match, which is Sharky and Tristop, they are at it right now for $92. Wait, sorry, $96. And that's how much they are playing for. Tristop with a very solid start to the game. 94% Tetris rate. Looks like only 2 burns he took so far. Another Tetris Tristop. 207,000 points. Not even at line 40. Very good pace indeed. Shark in the meantime already behind by 90,000 points and 6 lines ahead. And yes, that needs to go away. Alright, Tetris or Sharky. Now over 100,000 points behind. Another Tetris or Sharky. Tristop still enjoying a 90% Tetris rate. Tristop now having a long bar drought counter, but both players also having a long bar drought counter. They both get the long bars. Unfortunately, with no Tetris. Tetris at Sharky. He shakes his head. Not a good game for him, to say the least. 200,000 points at 74 lines. Tristop in the meantime, 288 at the halfway mark to transition. He can get maybe a 550k transition. Shark in the meantime would be, he'll be pretty happy with a 475. I would say it's the best case scenario for him. That long bar came at the worst time possible. Now needs, okay, gets the long bar to the right hand side. Gets a double the T piece, gets a Tetris. Another Tetris of Sharky. Still over 100,000 points behind. Sharky once again high up. That Z piece came at the worst time possible. Just arriving. Beautiful double with the O piece. But now needs a J piece to the left hand side. Takes a double. LJ dependent now. That S piece came at the worst time possible. Now Tristop is on the verge of being 200,000 points ahead in the lead. Sharky really high up, and I'm not sure there's much else he can do. Nope. He will top out. And Tristop wins the first game. It is 1-0. Very unfortunate RNG for Sharky. Tetris can be evil. $30 long bars. Oof. Terrible long bar count. But this is why this is a best of 7. If you get one game with bad RNG, hopefully it shouldn't matter so much as you have more games to play with. Both players are ready. Let's count them down for game number 2. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Tristop is now 3 games away from earning 16% of the prize pool and taking away a bronze medal. Tristop taking a safety double the S piece, safety single the L piece. Refused to take triple, but does take the triple that time. Long bar, Tetris for Tristop. Sharky already in an early dig. Nice adjustment to the T piece. Shakes his head. J piece dependency filled. Having to take a few skims. Nice quick tap on the L piece. Gets a long bar for a Tetris. Tristop already enjoying an early lead of 3 Tetrises. Tetris for Sharky. Tristop waiting for the J piece, gets it. Sharky also getting the J piece for a dependency and getting a long bar for a Tetris. Lead reduced to just 1 Tetris. 1.5 Tetrises. Both players' stacks now clean. Building up nicely. And Tetris for Sharky. Tristop getting a slight drought. Long bar does eventually come for a Tetris for both players. Lead reduced to 1 Tetris for Tristop. Both players with equal line count. Tristop ahead by 1.5 Tetrises. Sharky reaches the halfway mark with just under 250. He can maybe get a 500k transition. Tristop in the meantime reaches the halfway mark with 290. Can maybe get a 580 transition if he carries on like this. Nice J piece to left hand side for Sharky. Left hand side a little bit awkward, but gets the O piece put to the left hand side. Takes a safety triple as the drought counter now increases. Long bar comes for a Tetris. Another Tetris for Sharky. Sharky having to do a few burns with that placement, a few pieces prior. Opens up the right hand side. Tetris with Sharky. Now just a triple behind, but he's also 10 lines ahead. So in terms of pace, it's still Tristop having an advantage. What was Tristop's first play style? I'm not sure. I think it was tapping. But I could be wrong. T-spin nothing for Sharky. Having to take another triple as the drought counter is going up. Safety double. Now almost into the 30s. Now almost into the 40s, and the long bar chimes at the worst time possible. There was nothing Sharky could have done with that. Finally opens up the right hand side again, has to bail out with a single. Gets a long bar over to the left hand side. Once again to open the right hand side and gets a long bar for a Tetris into the level 19 transition. With a score of 450. He's going to have to play that he's going to have to play post transition seriously well. As Tristop is still 5 lines behind and ahead by 80,000 points. Sharky waiting for an L piece, gets a long bar, now needs a J piece, gets a J piece. Long bar, Tetris for Sharky. Nice adjustment for the O piece. Tristop transitions with a score of 585. He can play this quite conservatively. Gets long bar, gets a Tetris. 6-11. Another Tetris into level 20 for Tristot. 6-3-6. Sharky really has to play his heart out in order to catch up or hope that Tristot tops out. Tetris for Sharky. 5-9-8 at level 22. Tetris for Tristot into level 21 with a score of 6-8-9. Sharky with the long bar dependency on the left hand side as the drought counter continues and fails to quick tap the Z piece over to the left hand side, and that, as I say, is that. Go ahead and Mullen if you want this, Tristot. This is pretty good pace. As long as you maintain at least a mid 1.1, you can carry on. There would be no problems with that on my end. Aggression is the only way to play. Maybe get 900k at level 24, which would be very serious. All that S-piece came at a poor time. Need some good RNG to solve this. Okay, good pieces. Or another Z-piece. Oh, beautiful tuck with the S-piece. Is long bar dependent, but gets long bar. 900k, not even at level 26. J-piece, gets the J-piece. Now where's the long bar? There's the long bar. Catch for Tristot. Can max into level 27. Oh, beautiful DAS control, but lost DAS for the long bar. Had to dead drop it. Max into level 27. Now needs a J piece. Gets long bar in there. O piece came to poor time. Long bar, another long bar does come. Tristot would like to only burn one more piece, but unfortunately cannot do so. One more Tetris for a 1.1. Would still like to get two Tetrises here. That's a 1.1. Unfortunately now has to set up for a center well, and unfortunately there's nothing else he can do. But it is still a 1.1, but it could have been so much more. Could have been a 1.15. But alas, that's 1.1. Nothing to be scoffed at. Takes a game and is now 2-0. 2 games away from winning 16%. Both players are ready. Let's count them down. Sharky immediately setting up for the Vits, gets the long bar. A portion of my soul left my body. Now waiting for another long bar. Long bar comes with Sharky, boom Tetris. Tristot, drought counter is going. Hits the Z spin, gets long bar after 20 pieces. For a Tetris. Tetris for Sharky. Both players' stacks looking stable. Nothing else much more to say. Tetris for Tristop. Enjoying a 1 Tetris lead. Sharky now long bar dependent on the left hand side, with a drought counter going. And Sharky gets out of it, gets a Tetris in the meantime. Tristop's lead now increasing to 2.5 Tetrises. Tetris Sharky, oh, gets an early dash load, very unfortunate. But gets a nice skim. Can maybe go for the guideline well. Has the guideline well set up, now waiting on the long bar. Gets long bar, gets Tetris. Tristop in the meantime, still maintaining a 75% Tetris rate. 1.5 Tetris lead, and behind by 4 lines, 2 Tetrises in a row. Can now say that Tristop is ahead by about 2.5 Tetrises. More burning for Sharky, unfortunate. Waiting for Lombard, gets Lombard into column number 9 for a dirty Tetris. Reaches the halfway mark with 230. Tristop yet to reach the halfway mark yet. I said yet twice, a double yet. Tetris, 300,000 at the halfway mark. Tristop can get a 600k transition. Sharky longbar depending on the left hand side. May decide to go for the left well, but the long bar does come and fills it in. Back to the right hand side. Tetris for Sharky. Another Tetris for Sharky. However, Tristop still maintaining a solid 2.5 Tetris lead, taking into account line difference. More grammatically correct than the double yet. Technically true, I guess. Sharky once again is into a dig. Not what he wants, especially at this stage. He does not want to be behind 3-0 once again in both the semi-finals and the bronze match. But gets the left while Tetris, dirty Tetris. It looks like Sharky is now going for the left well. Gets a long bar right at the perfect time. And it is a perfect transfer back to the right hand side. As Tristop is now over 100,000 points ahead in the lead. We're now talking about 6 to 7 Tetrises in the lead, as Sharky now has a double long bar dependency. Kills one of them. Sharky now very close to the transition, both players are. Tristop already reaching 600,000 points, still has 2 Tetrises to go. He can get a 650, which is serious pace. A special game can happen off a 650. Sharky in the meantime transition score of 464. The long bar drought counter in show. Gets a quick tap with the T-piece. 633. Transition for Tristop, serious pace. He can play this very safe if he wants to. Shark in the meantime has to pretty much play his heart out in order to try and catch up. Oh, Sharky, very high. Gets an L piece over to the left. Now needs an L piece to the right, does so. Nice long bar skim. Very good survival by Sharky, but unfortunately it does mean that he falls further behind, now over 200,000 points behind. Oh, Tristop gets beautiful RNG, double J dependency, gets 2 J pieces in a row. You couldn't ask for better RNG from that. 798 into level 22 for Tristop. This is solid 1.2 pace. Tetris for Tristop. 800,000 at level 22. Now level 23. Another Tetris for Tristop. 300,000 points in the lead. At this point the game is already almost over. We're not even at, we're just at level 24. 6897 at level 24. Sharky's still surviving. Unfortunately, it's just getting too high up. And Tristop, you earn the right once again to mullen this game, as it is possible to max out into level 26. Gets the O piece. Oh, gets the quick tap. Takes a safety double, gets a Tetris, max out at level 26. All these O pieces came at an unfortunate time. Dirty centre well in progress. Gets a long bar. Needs another long bar. Gets it. Now needs a T piece. Still waiting for the T piece. T piece does not come. And Tristop with a back-to-back 1.1, but unfortunately the 1.2 is dead once again due to a lack of a T piece. That is a back-to-back 1.1 for Tristop. He takes game number 3. Drought T-piece, yep. Very nice game for Tristop once again. I definitely had strong potential to get a 1.2. And Sharky once again needs to win 4 games in a row, while Tristop only needs to win 1 more. Both players are ready. Let's count them down. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. I will say this, just for the benefit of Sharky, the match is never over until it's over. It's never over until the fat lady sings, as the saying goes. You keep on fighting to the very end, because you never know, something special might always happen. Sharky this time with a very good start, 100% Tetris rate. And this time Tristop with a few burns to start off with. Already behind by 1.5 Tetrises. Tetris for both players. Sharky taking the first burn of his game with an L spin. Next long bite gets a Tetris. Tetris for both players. Lead has been reduced to half a Tetris. Nice single skin for Sharky. Both players surpassing or very close to 200,000 points. Passing line number 40. Sharky maintaining a half a Tetris lead. So far, a solid start by both players. Over 80% Tetris rate. Tetris for Tristop. Tetris for Sharky. Maintaining a half a Tetris lead. Sharky now waiting for an alternating LJ dependency. Gets 3 L pieces in a row, now waiting on the J piece, gets a long bar. Gets 2 long bars in a row for another Tetris. 3, 4, 9 for Sharky. Can maybe get a 700k transition, maybe. Tristan, in the meanwhile, can still get a 650k transition. Both players at a very solid pace indeed. Lead still technically only at half a Tetris. Sharky now has a long bar counting, gets long bar. Another long bar by both players. And now Tristop has a Tetris lead in terms of pace. He has shifted due to the long bar drought that Sharky has suffered. Both players at over 85% Tetris rate. Serious pace by both players. You don't see this very often. Another Tetris for Tristop, another Tetris for Tristop. Both players already passed 500,000 points. Tristop still technically has the better lead. Sharky waiting for an L piece, gets the L piece, misses a spin. Unfortunate. But does get an O piece. Now could go for a column 8, well, but decides to bail out with a triple instead. As such, Sharky falls a little bit further behind in terms of pace as Tristop already reaches 600,000 points at 116 lines, proving that he is something special, to say the least. Sharky 637 at 129 lines. He can get one more Tetris. Both players at Pogger's pace, I must say. Sharky transition score of 661, and Tristop can still beat that. Tetris for Tristop, 655. He can still get one more Tetris. Waiting on the long bar for Tristop. Gets long bar. Tristop transitions with a score of 679. Tristop has a slight pace lead. Oh, Sharky wanted to try and line spin that. Both players are at serious pace. 700,000 at level 19 for Tristop. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I would play that song if I could. Both players at serious pace. Tetris for Tristop, 791. Tristop's still technically in the lead. Oh, Tristop, a little bit dangerous. Tristop's in a lot of danger. Tristop needs a long bar or dies. Tristop fails to get the long bar, and Sharky takes the game. Tristop had 1.2 pace at level 22, went really aggressive, and the long bar just didn't come. So now, Sharky, it's your opportunity to mullen this. But unfortunately, both players tops out with pog pace, and that is just the way it goes with a DAS player. But Sharky does take the game, and the broom of the reverse sweep is now on his hands. Oh, what a game by both players. There was a chance that both players could have 1.2'd, and if that had happened, the DAS competition world record would have been completely crushed. But alas, we have to wait for that. Both players are ready. Game number 5. In 3, 2, 1. Shake my head, Tristop, you started early, but no matter. Alright, both players having to do a few burns. Sharky now long bar dependent. Oh, blocks up the long bar dependency. Sharky's in a lot of trouble now. Immediately. Oh, misses a quick tap the left hand side. Oh, Sharky gets bailed out with some long bars. Some good RNG for once. That could have been instant death for Sharky. I think there was about a 40% chance that could have been it straight away. But alas, 60% is where we are right now, and that the game continues. The match continues. But once again, with Sharky in a bit of a dig, trying to get rid of the hole in the left hand side of the stack. That successfully does so with double J pieces. Sharky takes a Tetris. Another Tetris for Sharky. And in terms of lead, Sharky is at a half a Tetris lead, as Tristop is actually having a suffer start for once, with a mere 25% Tetris rate. Both players with a suffer start this game. Tetris for Tristop. A mess on both sides, indeed. Sharky trying to go for the centre well. Gets a J piece to fill in that dependency. Now needs an S piece to the right hand side, or a T piece. Now waiting on the long bar. Drought counter continues for Sharky. Takes a single skim. Oh, long bar comes at the wrong time, because it always does. The other long bar does come, however, and Sharky takes a Tetris. Really suffer game for both players. Not even at 200,000 points for both players into the halfway mark. If we see a 450k transition by either player, they have done a good job on the second half. Tetris for both players are neck and neck after 75 lines. Difference of just a mere single. Sharky with a long bar dependency on the left hand side gets the long bar. Tetris for Sharky. Tristan, in the meantime, now has a long bar. Drought counter going up after 26 pieces, gets the long bar. And once again, both players are just a single apart. Ooh, Tristan hangs an O piece to the left-hand side. Stack still accessible, gets a Tetris, now needs to find another long bar to put to the left-hand side. James Chen 2070 would have exploded right now. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. You'd be thinking, how did players get so good? I mean, a 1.1, back-to-back 1.1? Ooh. Wait, that wouldn't have mattered. Because you can only get up to a max out. I remember, if you score a max out, there's a certain point where if you score the max out, that's it. And if both players score a max out, the game is considered a tie. I'm not sure when that was implemented, when the max outs plus matter. Both players are very close to transition, and they are still neck and neck with each other, just a single apart once again. It'll be all down to post-transition play. Sharky must win this game once again in order for the match to continue. Shark in the middle of trouble. Does a beautiful burn, now waiting on the long bar. Takes a safety triple. Nice quick tap on the long bar, 7 high. Creates a long bar dependency at column number 4. And Tristop transitions very high up. Takes that safety double with the S piece. It was a forced double, and now Tristop with a long bar drought. After 29 pieces, the long bar fails to come, and Sharky now just needs another single to take the game. Sharky takes a Tetris, and Sharky has won the game. It's now 3-2. Sharky has done half the work. Now must win 2 more games to take the reverse sweep. Alright, when both players have rested, both players are ready, and get on with game number 6. Let's count them down of a possible 7. Three, 2, 1. Tetris. Tetris for Sharky. Tetris for Tristop. Another Tetris for Tristop. Another Tetris for Sharky. Both players' stacks very stable, very clean. Tristop with a 1 Tetris advantage so far. Drought counter for Tristop that ends after 16 pieces. Tetris for him. Nice T-spin, nothing for Sharky. Tucks the J piece, tucks the L piece. terms of pace, they are both neck and neck of each other, as Sharky is 4 lines ahead. With Tristop with a long bar drought counter going, now Sharky is enjoying the lead of about half a Tetris. Tetris Sharky maintaining an above 80% Tetris rate. 250 by 50 lines. Just up the Tetris, 240 by 50 lines.
As ravens greet the morning, thickly insulated Eurasian wolves shrug off the cold.
Nice series of tucks for Sharky. Takes a Tetris and does not go for the Van Dweller approved line spin. He'll be forever disappointed. Sharky a little bit high up. Does get a long bar, gets a Tetris, reaches a halfway mark with 3.27. Definitely get a 650k transition if he carries on like this. Just on in the meantime, 288. Waiting for a T piece but bails out of it. He can maybe get a 550k transition if he carries on like this. Oh, Tristop has to tap that long bar through. Another Tetris of Sharky. Taking line differences, line count differences into account, they are still very close to each other. Perhaps Sharky with just a half a Tetris lead. Tetris for Sharky. Both players maintaining about a 75% Tetris rate. Could be down to post-transition once again. Sharky with a bit of a misdrop on the O piece to the left hand side. Tucks the J piece in, decides to do that. Creates a long bar dependency now. And this will take a few burns to solve. Tristop also has a long bar dependency. And that is not a Tetris well. Best he can do is a triple. Takes a triple with the J piece. Tristop now. Tetris ready once again on the traditional right hand side.
This frozen and hostile land has kept civilization at bay.
Tetris Sharky 10 lines ahead and only a triple ahead, so Tristop now has the pace lead.
Winter here is ruthless. Half of Siberia is in
Sharky is now just one Tetris away from transitioning. 500,000 points. Can maybe get a 540 if he Tetrises this again.
But the animals here are used to the bone-breaking
And
temperature.
Sharky does so with the Tetris. Transitions with score of up 5-4-2. We'll see what he does post transition. Tristan, in the meantime, still 2 Tetrises away.
Shrug off the cold.
Takes a safety triple, now just 1 Tetris away from transitioning. Tristop having to take a few burns. Opens up the right hand side, gets long bar, gets a Tetris. Transition to a score of 5-6-7. So Tristop is in the pace lead into the post transition. It'll be up to Sharky to see what he can do to try and catch up in terms of pace. He may have the lead in terms of raw score, but Tristop is a level and a half behind. It can most certainly catch up. Another Tetris for Sharky, 657 into level 22, that's max out pace. Oh, Tristop lost DAS, putting that L piece to the left hand side, had to dead drop it. And Tristan a little bit of follow up, but that O piece is beautiful. Beautiful series of burns. Gets along, but I guess Tetris. 656, still at level 21. Tristop creating a long bar dependency at level 22 at column number 2. A little bit dicey. Bails out of a triple. Still waiting on the long bar. Gets the long bar, put in column number 2. Sharky a little bit high up, gets a row 3 dirty Tetris. Another Tetris at level 24, and now it's safe to say that Sharky has the pace lead, even taking into account line differences, as Tristop has been burning for quite some time. Takes a safety triple, 720 at level 24, still soft max up pace. Sharky takes a Tetris, 817 at level 25, another Tetris for Sharky. Tristop might be going center while does so as a long bar trap comes at the worst time possible. But another one does come for Tristop, Tetris, 755, another center while setup for Tristop, gets the long bar, gets the Tetris. Shark in the meantime takes a safety double. Long bar drought forming. Have to take a few skims. Nice O piece. Nice series of skims. Gets a Tetris. 929 at level 27. But Sharky needs the T piece, gets the T piece. Tristop can still catch us up now. Sharky waiting on the long bar for another dirty Tetris. Does get it at level 28. All early DAS load. Sharky might have to go row 3. Tristop now over 100,000 points high, very high up. Gets a Tetris. And Tristop can most certainly beat this with 2 Oh no! Oh no! Tristop lost DAS. Had no DAS on the long bar, he could have beaten it with 2 Tetrises and change. But by virtue of losing DAS, that mistake, that critical mistake, meant that he has lost the game. Sharky has won 3 games in a row. It is now a best of 1. The sweep, the broomstick of the reverse sweep, firmly into Sharky's hands. 1 game to go. But remember, Tristop also only needs 1 game to win. This is it. This Tetris game is worth $92. If you lose, you lost $92. Well, technically, it's if you win, you gain $92. If you lost, well, you stick to where you're at, 8%. But yes, this game is worth $92, and both players are ready. Let's count them down in this best of 1 match. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Players with a Tetris on the board, both players are tied. $92 is the difference. If either player wins this game, they double it. They double what they already have. Dirty Tetris for Sharky. Takes a single to transfer back to the right well. This is it. No more early top outs. It's disastrous if you end up doing that. Instant loss. Tristop in a little bit of spotter bomber, gets a nice series of tucks. Shark meantime with the beautiful stack, built up left. Now just waiting a few pieces, takes a single skim, takes a double. Becomes ready with a long bar. Gets a long bar, gets a Tetris. Tristop now going for row 2 instead. Oof, what a quick tap with that O piece on the left. The correct term is math, of course. And before you say, no, it's not plural, it's just short for mathematics. Back in the game, both players very close to each other. Tristop maintaining the row 2, slightly dirty Tetris setup. Sharky at row number 1. But having to take a few unfavourable placements with these pieces. Ooh, Tristop now in a bit of spot of bother. L piece, long bar does come. Both players in a bit of trouble actually. If you want to take the money, you must survive. Tristop does survive, and it looks like Sharky will survive too, so the game continues. Perfect transfer, Tetris for Sharky. Both players still very close to each other. Just the difference of a mere triple. Did I hear spot of bother? Yes, you did. And you know what I'm going to say next? Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Shiver me timbers. That's it. Sharky gets a long bar, gets a Tetris. Tristop likewise, still at row number 2. And in terms of pace, Tristop's slightly ahead. Perhaps you could say a half a Tetris pace lead. All early dash load for Sharky, but fixes it in a most elegant way. It was as if the mistake never happened. Tetris for Sharky. And now both players are getting close to transition. Less than 20 lives to go. This is it. The final game of the bronze match. Sharky gets a nice J piece. 3 O piece in a row, but the L piece does come. Tetris for Tristop, 2 Tetris to go. Sharky gets a Tetris, 1 single to go. Both players still quite close to each other. Oh, Sharky barely survives it. That could have been instant, but the game continues. Sharky having to do a few burns now. Gets the L piece over. Tristop likewise now transitions to level 19, slightly ahead in pace. Sharky with an early dash load. Unfortunate, still surviving. This is tense for both players. It has come down to the final post-transition. This is it. Sharky 50,000 points behind. A little bit dangerous, but gets a long bar, puts it to the right hand side for a Tetris. Oh, Sharky going extremely dangerous. Needs a long bar. Needs a long bar. Oh, gets a quick tap. The game continues. Death-defying long bar, quick tap. Still behind by 50,000 points as Tristop with a nice solid stack. Sharky needs to find a way to clean this out. Oh, beautiful T spin tuck from Sharky. Needed to hit that. Sharky going extremely aggressive. Where's the long bar for Sharky? Gets the long bar. Now verging on the 100,000 points behind. Gets the quick tap. Tetris for Sharky at level 25. Going for column number 8. Single Tetris for Sharky. Still 100,000 points behind. Gets a nice transfer back to the right well. The optimal well for scoring points. Tristop. Tristop early tucks the long bar. This is big. Oh, Tristop early tucks long bar, and that's instant death. That's what happens when you're a DAS player. Sharky just needs Tetris to win, and Sharky takes the match. He has successfully reversed swept Tristop, being behind 0-3, taking the match 4-3. Instant death misdrop from Tristop. That is all it takes when you're a DAS player. One mistake, and that's it. That is all it takes. One mistake, and the game is over. Sharky has successfully won 4 games in a row. Take the bronze medal. Very well earned. That is 16% of the prize pool. Tristop, unfortunately, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Alrighty, let's get back to the bracket, and we all know what this means. It is now for the finals. Let's see how much time we have. We're still ahead of schedule by 15 minutes. Something's wrong with my keyboard. Something happened. There we go. Alright, be right back. Okay, both players are ready, but I just need a couple of minutes to set things up. Please bear with me. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the true finals of the CTDAS Real Tournament. Just one more thing to do from my end, and that is change the title up top. It has been changed. Fantastic. We can get on with the main bracket. We have our two finalists, Pixelandy and NGC Man. And one very important thing of note, that NGC Man is the defending champion of CTDAS. He has won a test tournament, the 16-player bracket, and he is back once again in the 64-player bracket. The countdown has commenced and both players started their games. 7 games await, potentially 7 games await us. And the difference is now 20% of the prize pool to 40% of the prize pool. A much bigger chunk. Who will come out victorious? Both players with a solid start. Catches for Andy. Quick taps that long bar, O piece over the left hand side. Nice L tuck for NGC. Takes a safety triple instead of going for the column 8. Both players still playing very well. Pixel Andy enjoying a small lead, about a Tetris, half a Tetris, 2/3 of a Tetris. Nothing much to say. No sudden irregularities with stacking. It is what you expect from two elite DAS players. Andy with some minor complications. Have to take a few burns. Easily dealt with, but at a loss of efficiency. Now the tides have shifted slightly, with NGC having about a Tetris lead in terms of pace, taking into account line differences of course. Tetris for NGC. And I suppose I should do this, but currently both of these players are guaranteed 20% of the prize pool, which currently stands at $240. The winner of this match will be crowned the winner of CTDAS Real Tournament and will take double that amount. Will take 240, which is wait, 240? I made a mistake. I'm getting tired. 240 is 20%. Yeah, sorry, $240 is 20%. I should have been able to do that in my head, but I couldn't. And the winner will take double out, which is $480. $480 to the winner. Ooh, what a mighty sum that is. And all you have to do is be a good DAS player, effectively. NGC is falling a little bit behind towards mid to late stages of level 18, behind by about 2.5 Tetrises. Nice series of DAS control for NGC, takes a safety double. Waiting on the long bar, gets a Tetris. Andy in the meantime with the long bar drought counter hitting 30 before the long bar does eventually show up. Is ahead quite a bit in terms of lines, 10 lines ahead and only 2 Tetrises in raw score lead. So in terms of pace, NGC is slightly favourable. You can see in the Tetris rate about a 3% difference. Icelandic transition score of 499. NGC still 15 lines to go. Andy getting a bit of trouble now. Gets the T piece tuck, now needs a long bar, puts J piece in there. Gets a long bar to the... Oh, and that's it for Andy. There's nothing else he can do. And I will not make this mistake like last time. NGC needs a Tetris to take the game. That Tetris will take the game, and NGC is up 1-0. NGC man is now 3 games away from defending his champion. GG's to both players. So Pixel Andy wants to take a few moments, that is perfectly fine. Is that true? Is this a silver rematch? Alright, both players are ready for game number 2. Let's see if Pixel Andy can win this game to turn it into a best of 5 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Alright, NGC already off to a little bit of a unfortunate start, having to take a few burns, and in the meantime takes a single followed by a Tetris, and NGC is finally off the mark with a Tetris on the board. Ooh, Andy already with a few mistakes on the board, takes a series of nice burns. Takes a triple instead of trying to get bailed out by the long bar. Takes a T-spin single, sending 2 lines of garbage to the opponent. And NGC having to take some more burns to try and get back into the right well. Tetris for Andy, already in the lead by 2 Tetrises, owing to NGC's somewhat awkward start. Nice series of tucks for NGC, gets long luck, gets a Tetris. Now both players are finally starting to get into their groove. Tetris for NGC. Back by about a Tetris and a half. Which is higher, 18 left and 19 right, 18 left. NGC taking a single skin. Or these 2 long bars came at a very poor time. So more burns for NGC, already behind by over 100,000 points. Andy, 313 at a nice line count. Maybe get a 600k transition. NGC in the meantime just passes 200,000. He can maybe get a 450, but he definitely wants more than that. The lead now grown to over 150,000 points for Pixel Andy. Nearly an 80% Tetris rate for Andy, indicating a 600k transition for certain. Ooh, almost a misdrop with the T-piece, but manages to adjust accordingly, maintaining almost 150,000 point lead. So NGC might have to do something about that during the post-transition. Still about 30 lines to go for that. Double followed by a Tetris for Andy. Very good game for him so far, passing 500,000 points at line 10, 110. Usually the mark you want is 100,000 every 20 lines. That'd be very solid pace indeed. Another Tetris for Andy. Alright, both players getting close to transition, and Pixel Andy with one Tetris left can definitely get a 600k transition. No, not anymore of those series of burns, but no matter. 597 transitioning to level 19, still way up in the lead, and gets Longbar gets a Tetris after a nice double burn. So NGC, what can you do to come back from this? 465k transition. Tetris for NGC, Tetris for Andy, 652 at level 20. Waiting on the long bar for NGC. Gets the long bar, gets a Tetris. Another Tetris for NGC at level 20, 540. Over at the left hand side, Pixel Andy. Need to double the O piece, waiting on the long bar drought counter counting, but gets long bar, gets a Tetris. Tetris for Andy, 739 at level 22, that's 1.1 pace. However, NGC has managed to increase his Tetris rate. 620 at level 22, that is flat max out pace. But so far, flat max pace is not good enough. Needs more. Still over 100,000 points behind. Andy taking a safety double, followed by a long bar, followed by a Tetris. NGC with full DAS on that long bar, putting it to the left hand side. Ooh, a little bit of a dicey stack for NGC, but gets long bar for a Tetris. Still behind by 150,000 points, although he is behind by about a level, so that is something to consider. Another long bar for NGC, but the left hand side got peculiar and had to take a triple, bailing out of it. 900,000 at level 25 for Pixel Andy, maintaining a 70% Tetris rate. Going absolutely all in for it. Does not want to give any opportunities whatsoever for NGC to catch up, because he knows he can. However, long bar drought counting, 22 pieces, and the long bar comes for Pixel Andy. 944 at level 22. NGC now just waiting. Long bar gets Tetris into level 26 with 800,000 points, maintaining a flat max out pace. JP's over to the left hand side, takes a safety triple for Andy. Tetris for Andy, 995 into level 28. And this is now closer than we think, than most people would think. Tetris for NGC and Andy with a troublesome level 28, that's not what you want. You want to score Tetrises at level 28 because that's where the most points are scored. Another Tetris for NGC. Dirty centre well going for Andy, gets it. Maxes out. And NGC actually needs this Tetris and a little bit. Oh, needs another long bar. Needs another long bar, 2 long bars, and fails to do so. NGC needed a Tetris and a single to take it, and unfortunately fails to get the Tetris, which means that Pixel Andy has won the game by a Tetris. Even so, they are both maxed out. It is now 1-1. What was a best of 7 is now best of 5. And that was off a mid 400k transition too. So NGC almost proved that he was much better, but unfortunately needed just a little bit more, failed to get it. Game number 3 and both players underway. Let's see what will happen. Alright, NGC having to take 3 burns already, waiting for a J piece, doesn't come, now waiting for another J piece, gets a long bar instead. And Tetris for NGC. Pixel Andy meantime is immediately in the lead by about a Tetris and a half. Tetris for NGC. Pixel Andy, the long bar drought coming. Takes a Tetris instead of filling the long bar dependency. Probably the best move in this case because his stack was getting quite high up. That sets up a perfect column 3 Tetris. Long bar comes at the perfect timing. And both scores are neck and neck with each other with the exception of pushdown points. But players equal in the score once again, NGC taking a Tetris. Andy a little bit bailed out with that long bar. Gets the long bar, gets a Tetris. Equalising the score once again. After 20 pieces, NGC finally gets the long bar. Does not go for the line spin. Goes for the J-tug instead. Another long bar, another Tetris for both players. Separated by pushdown points once more. Andy with a left well going on. A dirty left well at that too. Takes a safety double. As a long bar drought is counting upwards. After 27 pieces, the long bar does finally come for a left well. And scores are now pretty much equal once again. Both players can definitely get at least a 550k transition if they keep on going like this. Oh, NGC getting a little bit higher, takes a double followed by a triple, but long bar does eventually come for a Tetris. Series of adjustments. Whether they were good or not, I'm not sure. But did create a hole. NGC a little bit high up. Now NGC really needs that long bar. Does get the long bar. Oof. Almost the last piece possible. Bit bailed out on that front. Another long bar does come. That is only a triple for NGC. Another triple for NGC. It's Pixel Andy, Tetris ready, waiting on the long bar. Decides to cover up the world instead of putting it in dependency. Probably the best move. But quick taps a long bar to the left hand side. Both players are now very close to each other once again. This will come down to post-transition play once again, on equal footing for both players, potentially. Tetris for Andy. Tetris for NGC. Just a couple more Tetrises to go before the level 19 transition. Tetris for NGC. Just one more Tetris to go for NGC. Two more to go for Andy. Gets another long bar. Tetris ready for Andy. And NGC transitions to a score of 511. Pixel Andy transitions to 505 and quite high up. Gets a long bar, gets a Tetris. A Tetris for NGC, and both players are at it at the post transition. Who will play better? They are both at equal footing. It will be purely whoever plays better. Or some really bad pieces for NGC. That's some really rotten RNG up high. And unfortunately, that means that Andy would take the game and is now 2-1. Both players are ready once again. Let's count them down. Andy is now 2 games away from winning the championship. NGC still needs 3 more. Tetris for both players. Maintaining 100% Tetris rate for Andy and for NGC. NGC taking a single skim. And likewise for Andy with 8 Z spin. Andy now needing the L piece turns it into a long bar dependency. Now Andy needed to do a few more burns. Still long bar dependent. NGC was quite high up there, gets the long bar. 30 piece drought for Andy. And after 33 pieces finally gets the long bar to fill in the dependency. Ooh, NGC is very high up. Ooh, gets the J piece. Gets the L over to the left, that was Wonka. NGC. But lives for now. Both players in a bit of a spot of bother. Still survivable. And Andy looks like he has successfully managed to dig out of his situation. And so will NGC, so long as the right pieces come. That S piece came at the bad timing. The L piece, however, does come at the right time, and finally long bar does come. And both players live to see another day. The game continues, with NGC being ahead by half a Tetris. In a fine line by both players. They want to try and push each other as much as they can, get the highest scores possible, because that is what matters. However, if you top out, you can score no more points. Longbow drought counter for NGC takes a safe double, but the longbow does come for a Tetris. Simultaneous Tetris by both players. Tetris for NGC, and he might turn it into a lateral. Turns in the longbow dependency on the left hand side, picks the idea a little bit high up, takes a safety triple, good move. Goes on the left hand side. Longbow drought counting. Oh, this is a dangerous stack for Andy. Nice double. Very dangerous, very dangerous. Completely longbow dependent now for Andy. And Andy suffers an early top out. What was a best of 7 is now a best of 5. It's now a best of 3. It is 2-all. The players are now 2 games away from winning the championship. Who will take double the money, and who will walk away with only a silver? Bala, do you actually do that? Eat and brush your teeth at the same time? Okay. You know what I say? Why not go for the triple combo? I won't say what that is. It's efficient, true. Gotta have time management. Well, at least we know NGC is washing his hands. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. The fact is that after 4 games, there is a small break. Feels weird there, indeed. I agree with Pumpy Heart here. Feels weird. Alright, both players are ready. Count them down. In 3, 2, 1 Tetris. Well, that's the end of that. Let's move on to this. You may be wondering how I got to know this. This is called Magic Sword Volume 1. It was Jonas. One day Jonas was playing this piece of music and I liked it. I found out what it was and I added it to the playlist. Love you, miss you, mean it. Tetris for both players, neck and neck with each other after 24 lines, separated by just pushdown points. Both players with a solid start. 63% Tetris rate for Andy, 70% for NGC, taking the necessary burns. Make sure no early top outs. This game decides who gets the championship point, and that matters a lot because it puts a lot of pressure for the other player to try and force it into a decider. It also puts a lot of pressure for the player with the championship point because it means they're just 1 point away from taking it all. Only time can tell who will take it. Nice adjustment on the long bar for NGC to accommodate for the O piece. 10 lines behind and only a Tetris behind, so NGC does definitely have the pace lead. Unfortunate move for NGC, long bar dependent at column number 4. Now J dependent as well. Opens up, turns it into an L dependency, gets the L piece. Now waiting on the long bar, but the long bar drought counter is coming and it gets the long bar for a Tetris. Past the halfway mark for both players, we'll be looking at about a 550k transition for both players. So far, it looks like it will also come down to post-transition, with NGC perhaps having the advantage. We will see. Still 10 lines behind, and only a Tetris behind for NGC. Ooh, unfortunate S pieces for Andy, had no other place to put them. Had to take a triple. It would have been far too dangerous to put it in any other place. Tetris for NGC, Tetris for Andy. Maintaining the same pace as it was about 50 lines ago. Well, now NGC is completely L dependent, double L dependent in fact, and gets the pieces he needed. Now just when the O piece gets the O piece. Now could do that piece will do. Now waiting on the long bar, gets the Tetris for NGC. Pixel Andy waiting for the L piece, turning into a long bar dependency. Ooh, just about adjusts for it. Interesting move for that J piece. Decides not to tuck it in, whether that was a mistake or not, I actually don't know. But Andy's in a little bit of spot of bother, but manages to clean out of that. Takes a Tetris, and now Pixel Andy is one Tetris away from transitioning, just waiting on the long bar. One line away. Drought counters coming, takes a safety double, takes another safety double into level 19. 5-2-5 transition, long bar drought still counter, gets the L piece at the perfect moment, crucial moment in fact. Drought counter still going, 33 pieces, 36 pieces, long bar never came, and NGC is now at championship point. It is 2-3. Far weird champ. Indeed, dog, I agree. 37p drought. Oof. Right at transition as well, the worst time possible. Alright, Pixelandy, you must win the remaining 2 games to be champion. NGC, you only need 1 more to successfully defend the title. Taking a swig, I don't blame you. High pressure moment. In his hair, because of course he would. Wants to look good in the process. He is ready. Let's count them down. For game number 6 of a possible 7. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Tetris for Andy. And you see taking a safety triple, followed by a single skim, another single skim followed by a Tetris. Another Tetris for NGC. Pixel Andy, already having to take a few burns. Not dangerous by any means, but not very efficient. Nice adjustment on the L piece, takes a Tetris. Nice Z spin for NGC. After 20 lines, both players are very close to each other, with Pixel Andy having a half a Tetris lead. This is another new Flex Style track. This is not Flex Style. This is from Magic Sword Volume 1. And I know for sure it is royalty free, because I played it before in my stream and it was never muted once. Oh, no wonder I didn't recognize it. I see. But no, I don't always play Flex Style. I did a little bit of Flex Style already this stream. With the old classic Trace Vector and... what was the other one called? Perfect Getaway. Back into the game. Pixel Andy's lead has grown slightly to 1.5 Tetrises. Not catastrophic by any means, can still very much be surmountable in post-transition, or in an unfortunate dig by Pixel Andy should that ever come. Remember, when you're constrained to the limitations of DAS, if you do one mistake, that could spell the end of the game instantly. Nice series of pieces for NGC. Good RNG. Has now fallen behind even further a bit. 77,000 points behind with similar line counts. Line drought now counting up 20 pieces, but the longbar does eventually come. Lead increase for Pixelandi to about 3 to 4 Tetrises. Now we're starting to reach the territory where you have to think about perhaps playing a bit more aggressive. Especially against an opponent like Pixelandi, who doesn't let his foot go off the accelerator post-transition. It's just go, go, go. Gas, 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 as they say. As that horrible song puts it. It's such a meme song. You would only ever play it just to prove a point. Or you want to be funny. Another drought counter for NGC. After 20 pieces, still no longbar. After 24 pieces, longbar does finally come. Pixelandi with an 82% Tetris rate can definitely get a 600k transition. If he keeps on going like this, we may be seeing the decider of all deciders. But NGC does not want that. He just wants to win on the spot. Doesn't want any more pressure. Takes a safety double. Needs a piece to the left. Ooh. T piece to the left, very nice. Another longbar drought counting for NGC. Oh, just about survives it. That was very close. Both players now just a Tetris away from transitioning. NGC with just a single to go. Transition score of 5-6-3. Pixelandi meantime 6-3-5. A much higher transition score. It'll be up to NGC to see if he can play the post-transition of his life to catch up and potentially win. And Pixelandi with a missed drop on the left hand side with the T-piece. Gets bailed out with the long bar. Ooh boy, that was very close indeed. Pixelandi bailed out with a long bar. That could have been it, but no, the game continues. Andy has to spend a few lines burning. This will allow an opportunity for NGC to catch back up. Tetris ready for NGC. Had to take a double. There's no other move. 2 S pieces in a row. Very unfortunate pieces, but gets a triple. Both players now in dig mode. Survival is key for both players. It's critical. Takes a triple for Andy. Still ahead. Andy now still digging. Trying to find a way to get out of this. Z piece came at a poor moment, but Andy dealt with it very well. Creates a long bar dependency. Oh, beautiful J. Adjust for the O piece. Andy's stack getting more and more dangerous, especially with that J misdrop. NGC also really high up. Oh no! And there's nothing that NGC can do. Both players were in dig mode. And we have the decider of all deciders once again. Fun trivia fact, the test tournament finals was also a decider. Alright. Both players, get yourself ready, get yourself drink up, do what you need. What was a best of 7, what was a best of 5, What was a best of 3 has now culminated in a best of 1. One game is now worth $240. That is quite a sum of money. Early top out, lose 240. This is it. When both players are ready, state your readiness. You have all the time in the world, except for the fact it's nearly 4 AM over here. Oh, I need to end Andy's game. Oop, there we go. Okay. Both players are now ready. Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Championship point for both players. Will NGC successfully defend his title in the last game? Or will Andy snatch it out of his hands to become the new CTDAS champion himself? Tetris for NGC. Andy takes a safety triple. Maximum pressure on both players to perform. NGC takes a safety triple. Tetris. Good start by both players so far. Nice tuck on the T-piece. Tetris for Andy. Tetris for NGC. No mishaps so far. We've passed 20 lines, with NGC being in the lead by about half a Tetris. Nice adjustment on the L piece. Andy with a long bar dependency in the centre of his stack. Takes the long way around to try and solve this. Andy's in a lot of trouble now. Needs a J piece. Gets a J piece for a triple, but S piece comes at the poor time. Quick taps that J piece over. That was a championship defining quick tap. If he had missed that, instant game over. Lot of pressure on Pixel Andy right now to try and survive this. Opens up the right hand side. Had to close it once again. Bad pieces. Left hand side accessible. Gets T piece over. Waiting on the long bar. Can take a double. Does take the double. Long bar drought still counting. Oh, just about gets the long bar over to the right. It's never over until it's over. In D&D's terms, Andy has succeeded on the death saving throw. But he's going to have to take a lot more rolls as well, as he is now over 100,000 points behind. Halfway to transition, NGC man looking maybe for a 600k transition. Maybe if he wants to play a bit more conservative, knowing that this is a final game, maybe a 550. Andy in the meantime, he would do well to get a 450. Tetris for NGC. Tetris for Andy, trying to close the gap. And it looks like Andy is starting to push down quite a bit. He wants to score as many points as possible, just so that he can get ahead in terms of raw score. If he's ahead in raw score, that puts the pressure on NGC to try and take the lead back, if that ever happens. Safety triple for NGC. Nice adjustment. Tetris. Both players now 30 lines away from the final transition possible for this tournament. Andy now going for a dirty right well, successfully gets it. Tetris for NGC. Now having to take, oh, a beautiful burn with the T-piece. Ooh, a little bit of a mistake for NGC, man. Not fatal, but have to take a few burns. Tetris for Andy, slowly trying to catch back up now. Opened up the long bar dependency for NGC. This is getting risky for NGC, man. Gets the T-piece. Gets the long bar, now needs a piece to the left hand side. And the lead is now all but eliminated. Pixel Andy now just one line away from transitioning. NGC now successfully clean. Andy successfully transitions. This is it. It's do or die for both players. Both players transition. 4-9-1 for NGC. But NGC has to dig. Oh, beautiful T-piece on the left hand side for NGC. Oh, early dash slope. Able to tap that over to the right hand side. He was allowed to do that. That was within dash limits. Now NGC is starting to fall behind a little bit in terms of pace. Tetris for Pixel Andy. And finally, NGC is clean once again. It's Andy. Long bar drought counting. Oh. Beautiful T-spin for NGC, man. Death defying. Gets long bar, gets a Tetris, but he's now over 100,000 points behind. Pixel Andy in the meantime with a dirty Tetris well. Gets long bar, gets a Tetris. Successful quick tap for NGC, man. Put the long bar on the left hand side. Full dash for the T-piece. And Pixel Andy's in serious trouble. Oh, a beautiful spin. J-piece comes at the right time. Pixel Andy can get out of this. At the cost of some pace. Nice series of burns. Both players are clean once again. NGC having to take a triple. Still over 100,000 points behind. Tetris for Andy. NGC still waiting on the long bar to come at the right time. Had to take a triple. Oh, long bar drought counting. Just about gets Tetris, but it's now nearly 200,000 points behind. Oh, misdrop with the set piece. This is almost over for NGC, unless Pixel Andy tops out immediately. Tetris for NGC. But he has to center well from now on. He has to go perfect. No burns allowed for NGC, man. NGC has to go a double Tetris. Double Tetris is needed. Needs a J-piece. That'll do. Needs a long bar. He can do this. If he gets a double Tetris setup, he can win this. Needs something to the left. Needs a long bar. Where's the long bar? Gets one of the long bars. Where's the other long bar? He takes the game! Oh my fucking god! NGC man takes the fucking game to win the championship! Oh my fucking god! He takes the game to take the championship! He gets a double Tetris! I said he needed the double Tetris, he had to play perfect. From level 27, he played perfect with a double Tetris. Perfect time in the music, by the way. NGC man takes the biggest comeback ever that I have seen. He was 200,000 points behind at level 26, right at the late game of post-transition. And NGC man played the game of his life from level 26. He had to go perfect at level 27, and even then, he was too far behind. However, he had one card up his sleeves, as I mentioned, which is that he had a double Tetris, a Tetris set up at a double Tetris at level 28 at 229 lines. RNG said yes, you deserve the win. And I say yes, you deserve the win. NGC man, you have successfully defended your title. You are the official winner of the CTDAS Real Tournament. You walk away with $480. Wow. Who could ask for a better game? Who could ask for a better game? No one can. And that game was so good. I think we need to take a replay of that, almost frame by frame. Let me see what I can do. But wow. Oh, wee. That's what happens when you have a game that has a definitive end. You go for it. Sometimes you get rewarded for it. You know, might as well do this. Window capture. Let's take this look again, because I think this deserves another look. It's just too magical just to ignore. You can read yourself in chat if you want to. Oh, and I'll mute myself as well, so I can listen to my own commentary. Still over 100,000 points behind. Tetris for Andy. NGC still waiting on the long bar to come at the right time. Had to take a triple. Oh, long bar drop counting. Just about gets Tetris, but is now nearly 200,000 points behind. Oh, misdrop with the set piece. This is almost over for NGC, unless Pixelandi tops out immediately. Tetris for NGC. But he has to center well from now on. He has to go perfect. No burns allowed for NGC, man. NGC has to go a double Tetris. Double Tetris is needed. Needs a J piece. That'll do. Needs a long bar. He can do this. If he gets a double Tetris setup, he can win this. Needs something to the left. Needs a long bar. Where's the long bar? Gets one of the long bars. Where's the other long bar? Long bar. He takes the game. Oh my fucking god! NGC man takes the fucking game to win the championship! Oh my fucking god! He takes the game to take the championship! He gets a double Tetris! I said he needed the double Tetris, he had to play perfect. From level 27, he played perfect with a double Tetris. Perfect time in the music, by the way. NGC man takes the biggest comeback ever that I have seen. He was 200,000 points behind at level 26, right at the late game of post-transition. And NGC man played the game of his life from level 26. He had to go perfect at level 27, and even then, he was too far behind. However, he had one card up his sleeves, as I mentioned, which is that he had a double Tetris, a Tetris set up at level, a double Tetris at level 28 at 229 lines. Absolutely amazing. There's no doubt about that. Anyway, commiserations to Pixelandi. I imagine he is miffed right now, because I would be miffed too if there was a 99% chance I would have won that game and the 1% happened. Pixelandi, I'm afraid you are the weaker link. Wow. I mean, it's past 4 AM and Smooth, get out of here. You don't get to be in the spotlight. Absolutely amazing end. But Pixelandi still takes silver place. From being knocked out at round 1 in the test tournament to getting second place in the real tournament, going through 64 players. Absolutely amazing. And NGC man, wow. Double victory. What's the point of me doing another tournament? I mean, we all know what the result will be. I said that originally that this was just going to be a one-off. Technically 2-off. And NGC man has proven to us that he is the best athlete in the world. There's just no doubt about that. Fake and scripted. Kingsman. Anyway, it is time to raid someone. Any suggestions? I'll take a look to see if there's anyone. I think whoever we raid, we should say, what's that Love Das emote? Nobody else is streaming Tetris, that's a shame. What Tetrio? Since no one's playing classic Tetris, Nobody's really playing modern Tetris as well. It's a bit of a shame. It's a bit unlucky. I mean, it is 4 AM. So there is really no one I can rate. However, in that case, I just want to end it off with, I suppose, an ending speech, really, which is, what was the prediction? Since no one else... Who wins the match? I don't know how to close it. But really, this has been a great tournament. I had a lot of fun hosting this. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt that I will be wanting to do this again at some point in the future. What was originally just one off, two off, this is something I definitely want to do. Probably not this year, a big tournament, that is. I'll probably do something goofy in the meantime. I'll call it the fake tournament. Just something small. And perhaps think about doing another big one next year. That's it from me. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Pumpy Heart, for giving me the opportunity to stream on CTM. I very much appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who contributed to the prize pool. I'll go ahead and deal with that. Not now. I need to go to bed. I'll do that tomorrow. Thank you to everyone in chat for being very supportive. I mean it a lot. And that will do it for me. In other case, thanks so much for watching. I bid you all a very nice day. Farewell.